Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to Amnesia, a machine for pigs. A new year may be an arbitrary line we draw in the sand. It doesn't really do anything, but the important thing is that it doesn't feel that way. It's a time for us to reflect on everything that's come before and looking forward to everything we hope to happen in the future, or anything we're afraid will happen. And I imagine those fears are only amplified when going over to a whole new century, huh? The Amnesia games at their core, I feel like, have always been about the horrors of the new century, the 20th century, as a matter of fact, because that's the time when I feel like humanity changed its world the most, when all these new and seemingly unnatural things that the mind can barely comprehend were introduced. It's easy to forget that in retrospect, but it really was a period of such great change. Something I think is really interesting about the Amnesia series is that each game takes place from the perspective of a different protagonist in a completely different setting, on either side of that century line. And yet all of them manage to cover those themes of unnatural progress, of doing things we shouldn't do, usually in the name of some form of exploitation. But this is the only one that rides that line directly, taking place on the night of December 31st, 1899. This game was actually pretty controversial when it came out, because it's the immediate follow-up to The Dark Descent, which was hugely well-liked, and it's very different in a lot of ways. First of all, it was already under the microscope because it's made by a completely different developer, the Chinese Room, who would later go on to make the excellent Still Wakes the Deep, and had previously made one called Dear Esther, which I haven't played, but is apparently a really well-received walking simulator style game. And they kind of carried that style over into that, being much more of a walking simulator, much more emphasis on story over survival horror, and that also rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Now, I did play it when it came out, and I remember really liking its story. But I can see why a lot of people would be put off by that. Oddly enough, it still has my old profile saved, but we are going to start a new game and see how it holds up. He who makes a beast of himself removes himself from the pain of being human. Dr. Samuel Johnson.
Daddy, please don't kill me.
was sleeping in a cage? I see the clicking and dragging mechanic is back. Spilled some wine over on the table. Maybe we took something before we went to bed. Were we placed in here, or is that something we built for ourselves, to keep ourselves contained? I should say at this point that although I did play this about 10 years ago, I remember basically nothing about the moment-to-moment happenings of this game. I only remember a bit of the ending. So this is almost as good as a blind playthrough. But this is one of the reasons why I really liked this game, because of the aesthetic. I mean, Castle Brennenburg was really scary and all, but the idea of this, like, posh London home that's all ornate and decorated this way, I have always loved this setting, especially for horror. But it's quite comfy as well, sitting in our chamber, all these sheets and velvet curtains, the wind of a cool air outside. Although it doesn't seem like we have the means to light these candles right now, so for the moment we're still in darkness. June 24th, 1899. In my dreams I see a man dressed in jaguar skins and feathered like a blooded saint. What came from the heart lubricated us. It crushed evil under its tread and liberated us all. The fetid heat of the jungle mirrored somewhere behind my forehead. My temple pounds. The blood boils in my skull. It feels as if something alive is there. A rat gnawing through my brains, eating its way out into the world. Even the laudanum will not quell its endless hunger. I hear my children playing in the attic, but it fills me with terror, not love. What desperate thoughts are these? There's just a way to 1800s writing that manages to convey so much terror in such simple words. Or rather, not simple, but it's expressive. It's able to do it with few words, but so aptly chosen. There's a lock on the dresser as well. We can't open it. I guess we should chase after our children. Yeah, locks on all of these, in fact. I should probably point out, by the way, you know, to acknowledge that opening cutscene, hearing what sounds like a grown man beg for his life with the cadence of a child is innately disturbing. And we're climbing into our themes right away, with just that whole thing being punctuated by the starting of some great machine. Just the panic.
Daddy, find us!
Okay, we can check our journal. A fever dream. I wake alone to a house in silence. That missing sound of children playing is like a dark and fecund sepulcher? I don't recognize either of those words. Beckoning me to begin a descent to the loam where surely only bodies may be found. No matter. My children call, and I shall answer. I will find them. Sounds like they're not supposed to be here. The storm is rapidly approaching. Also, it feels like there's a little bit of jitter in the mouse movement. I can't remember if that was a problem that I had with the Dark Descent, or how I fixed it. There's another bedroom next door, also caged in.
I held your hand and watched the blood pool between your legs. You lived long enough to see Edwin, but not Enoch. I will take care of them, my love. I promise you this.
Twins, and I guess our wife died in childbirth. Maybe this is the room where it happened? Another spilled bottle here as well. I can't move it either. A pair of glasses and dentures beside the table here. and a pig mask. Huh. Well, it doesn't seem like we can read that note, even though it should probably be very important, given all the other weird stuff beside it. Now, this is 1800s British elite culture. I mean, a tortured soul wandering the darkened, cursed halls of our own home. If this place isn't a prison of our own making, we're not doing the 1800s right. Remember, we said those memories fill you not with love, but terror.
Papa, this way.
It's weird. I can hardly see into these shadows. I can't make out details, and yet I still feel like I should tone it down and make it darker. I think that was the door, but I had first read it as like a long-haired figure moving behind the frame. Well, the sound design is scary, I'll give it that. Real scary. But they slept in the attic when they were babes in arms, and perhaps they've hidden there now? I remember I insisted upon it, midway between my bedroom and my office. So a place that was once filled with laughter. But again, you speak as if they're not supposed to be here at all now.
There's a bad man coming.
Is it me? There's another one of those masks. You've picked up a lantern. It can be used on with F. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention with the beam. That shape kind of looks like a tall figure there, doesn't it? Between that being the head and that being the body. They have a secret little hideaway here with a candle still lit. Edwin and Enoch's diary, October 11th, 1899. Daddy says there won't be a Christmas this year. He's much too busy. Nanny says we must not disturb him. He is ever so busy. He's gone for work before she wakes us, and often we're asleep before he returns. We found a bird in the garden with a broken wing. We gave it to Nanny, who said it was a filthy thing and hit it with a rolling pin. Later, we crept downstairs to bury the body when everyone was asleep. There was a pig in the garden. We heard it snuffling about. Then Daddy came and said we had to come inside straight away. He was furious, but we think he'd been crying again. So we were a fairly absent father, but that may not be due to a lack of caring. However, this nanny doesn't seem to be all too empathetic. They've already made it all the way around, so I suppose at some point they outgrew their baby quarters down here, but still continued to use it as a play space. Meaning that when we were working in our office, we could probably hear them stomping around and giggling. even while they were sad that we weren't around, we, I guess, basked in the glow of their presence. These masks are everywhere. They found a pig.
We're hiding, Daddy.
They found a pig in the garden, and we told them to get away from it. Maybe an asset of ours? Or maybe this is something which just taunts us now. I mean, we're wandering around the attic of the Victorian mansion while children guide us along with their taunting voices. This is kind of a phobia for me, very specific, I know. Or would that be Victorian, late 1800s? I feel like we might be a little past that, I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Got any pigs in there? Those aren't child footsteps. I know that this game isn't too big on direct threats, but I know there are some, which is going to be enough to put me on edge the whole way through. A lot of people don't find this game as scary, and I certainly understand that. But in my case, it's just the setting that really gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Daddy.
And these kids. Those quick movements around corners. Pigs seem to be quite a theme in our life. Pigs and sad children. This one feels the most relevant of all, at least to our situation. Is this one of those early, like, audio players?
You don't mind if I record this, do you? I find it most useful.
Ah, you have one of those wonderful Martinvilles. No, of course not, my dear fellow.
It's my own design, Professor, along with everything you see.
Most useful. You understand, of course, why the ministry sent me. That they have concerns.
The ministry? I can switch that on and off. Now this is interesting. Because look, it's the turn of the century. So we have things like candles and fireplaces being lit, but we also have electric lighting. We have these things. Would you call this a phonograph? I'm not entirely sure. And it seems like we may have traveled all over. That looks like a pyramid in South America. Given the archaeological side of earlier games, maybe that has something to do with the situation we find ourselves in. Like hieroglyphics on clay tablets. These are definitely things brought back from elsewhere. Oh my god! Do we want to maybe grab that rifle off the wall? Something tells me it wouldn't do much good. And right at that moment, the bells chime the hour. decided to fall off the wall. She looks deranged, the baby all in shroud. And I just noticed what's in the pot. You know, speaking of the new century, I really want to point out, I got distracted earlier, what was going on in that intro. It was all punctuated by the starting of some great, terrible machine. The beating of things clicking on with power, the hiss of steam in pipes, and the grinding of gears. It's also instinctively panic-inducing. And imagine how it must have felt if you'd never experienced anything like that before.
Hello?
Precious eagle cactus fruit. Help us.
It certainly doesn't help me. I guess I just head back. Also, I think I am going to quickly turn that brightness down a bit. Maybe a little higher than what looks natural, just because of recording. But yeah, that looks closer to right to me. Like, if I'm not going to have detail anyway, the darks may as well be truly dark. I don't believe I closed that door. Huh. Funny the things you see. I wouldn't expect a radiator like this to exist at this time, but, well, I guess it's not all that complicated. Locked. Was there something else? No, was there something else? Perhaps at the desk? No, we're just storing a whole lot of wine. I got scared by the legs of the chair on the other side for a second because I thought they were little legs. No. No. Perhaps yes. The weeping rooms, where once we sat to weep Lily's passing, under weapons that cannot slay the angels to retrieve her from heaven. Look beyond the paintings, Oswald, where once you watched her bathe. The children must have discovered those secret places and taken refuge there. So now we're thinking they must be somewhere in the nooks and crannies of this house. November 7th, 1898. The bank is refusing credit, the ignorant swine. I sit alone at night and weep, once the children and servants are safely asleep when they cannot hear me. My darling, how I need you now. They say I've squandered my fortune, that my investments in these latest machines has ruined the family name. What? That I was to remain a local butcher? What are these 2 arms compared to the multitude that can be applied, without pay, without tire, by adapting the mechanisms we find in the looms and the mills? But if the bank has its way, it will all come to nothing. If they come for the house, I swear I will kill them. I will kill them all. I will take my rifle. My rifle. So you're an industrialist, and it's all failing. I'm wondering, given the stuff you found, if you're anything like Alexander Brennenberg, that maybe you put it all into something that was more of a pet project. Still no. There's a keyhole in the door. There's a keyhole in all these doors. You did say you... Hang on, let's have a look at that journal entry again. The children must have discovered these secret places behind the paintings. Or, well, you say beyond the paintings. But perhaps I can... Well, I can't seem to interact with them directly. But perhaps there's... Yep. There's definitely an outline there. Now it's just a matter of figuring out how to open it. Of course, see, this is interesting because normally I would be annoyed that we don't know how to access something or even know of the existence of something that we should, but hey, it is, it's in the name of the game, right? Maybe that phone call should... Our rifle, right. There we are. It was all right here. That is so cool. What do you have to prance about? Look at that. Not only did we install secret passages in our home, we installed two-way mirrors. Were we spying on guests? Also, what does that actually do? Is that just a lock on that door or something? Oh, it opens and closes it. I see. I can hear them out there. One to watch over the study. I don't think that mask was there before. Oh no, it's not just two-way mirrors, it's the paintings themselves. Translucent from this side. Clockwork in the soul. Replacement is dissatisfactory, so like a pump. Better the intestinal canal like a tapeworm already hosting intrusion and the breed. Brass better than copper, more resistant. Filaments sewn to bone hold. Marrow pipe removal with needle potential. Composite replacement is straightforward. Will respond to electromagnetic inducement to increase yield rate. Serum provides accelerated resetting resulting in naturalized movement within 2 to 3 days. Subjects still require severing of frontal lobes to reduce emotional distress upon reactivation. Curse this wretched soul. If only it were clockwork. You worked with machines and automation for so long that you came to see the human body in much the same way. And someone with this mindset will never understand. You could never explain it to them why that doesn't apply.
This dawning epoch, this age of reason, an empire grown fat, ripe for the bleeding.
Photos, some of these look like they could have been taken straight through the mirror. Were you drawing impressions of some of them? Now, if we take that assumption that you were drawing impressions of people you saw through here, that look of fear and anxiety kind of makes me wonder if maybe she wasn't sitting there thinking that she could see someone just beyond. Only a faint outline. You spent a lot of time on this, didn't you? Sounds outside our window may only be of sleepy wind, but something's clearly going on. In Lily's honor, a banquet. 4 glassy orbs fixed upon a point in heaven. Wipe down your trousers, man. There's blood in this sweat, and it is most unseemly. One thing I want to point out is that the soundtrack in this game is absolutely fantastic. I actually still have a folder of it saved, even all these years later. I don't remember the game, but I remember the music. It's choosing this moment to explain to us how to run. Edwin and Enoch's diary, October 3rd, 1899. For them to be that small and literate in this day and age is incredible. Daddy says we're not allowed to play with the animals anymore. We were playing hide and seek with Cook, and he came and shouted at us just as we were going to hide behind Mr. Grumpy Teddy. Cook says it's because of the guns in there, but he always lets us help polish them, so it can't be that. Anyway, that room is haunted. If you sneak around there at night, you can hear the ghosts in the walls behind the cases. They're often angry, or that's how it sounds. We think that's why you can hear them rattling their chains and slamming doors and things like that. We don't like it in there anyway. We're the ghost that haunts their lives. A place big enough that they can make their own adventures in little worlds, and yet there's so much sadness and neglect in all that. And us actually filling in the fantastical elements of their memories.
This way, Papa. Come and see.
It's only because I've come to expect it, but that is really very loud every time. Grand Hall. The voice on the telephone. He speaks as if he knows me, and indeed I seem to remember him. Like a twin pulled away from the other at birth, I feel we are entwined, though I cannot conceive of how. I am a drowning man grasping for the surface within my own house. Beneath me I know there are splendid architectures hidden in the dark. If I can only find the entrances. An interesting take on Amnesia in that you know intuitively that it's all down there.
Daddy.
You just can't remember how. You know who these people are, but not how you should find them. Or in some cases, you have only vague, I guess, inklings of how they relate to you. I see you love your alcohol. I find about 15 bottles everywhere I look.
I must say, my dear man, you look awful.
Yes, sir. I seem to have picked up something rather nasty in Mexico.
I do understand what you've been through. A lesser man would have crumbled. Yet you have made all of this. Your great factory, your charities. It is a wonder for one man alone.
It will all be made clear, Professor. But first, a drink.
So you were interviewed here, moving throughout the house as you went. I do wonder, maybe you were giving them a tour to show them your new project? That's a hallway. This is a hallway. Is it the same hallway that I went down before? No.
Mandus, do you know me?
Who are you? Where are my children?
Trapped, Mandus. Far below us. The machine is fouled. It is breached. It is flooded. The bulkheads are down. The children are engaged. If you help me, I can help you release them. Restore the power, Mandus. Drain the flooding and restart the great engines.
How? Where should I go? Hello? Hello?
So at least that's what he tells us. We need to descend into our great factory, I guess, and find them because it's in a state of disrepair. Me, from when I started editing, slipping this in here because I'm angry at myself for not noticing it sooner, but his name is Oswald Mandus? I wonder if his friends call him Ozymandias? Of course, we still don't know who you are, but I will say, even talking to you here, you're personified in the form of these bells looking like eyes, the speaker, the mouth, staring dead-eyed toward us. We dehumanize people with machine metaphors. In this case, that human voice is machined through the method of communication. And if those are our memories, then we're apparently also very big on murder. We can actually step outside. Thunder rolling overhead. Probably freezing out here in the London fog. I hope there's an outdoor segment later, because I'm telling you, London by lantern light, that's a vibe. This whole game is a vibe, and that's why I vibe with it. But this just wraps around to here. Okay, let's just have a quick look around for more notes. I wonder if we wear those masks while committing our murders. I don't know if I go down this way or if I go down the other one first. I'm just... Progression, exploration, I want to do both. They probably end up leading to the same area, honestly. We've got a courtyard, too. No, this is where I'm meant to be. Okay, let's explore some more. Rewarded. December 20th, 1899. I am to have a visitor, the distinguished Professor A. He has come to ascertain my mental well-being after my prolonged absence from the club. But I am not stupid. He is here to spy for them. When they stalked the Ripper, he was often called to pontificate upon lacerations and missing organs. And now he comes to me, to doff and wheedle and my dear sir, and but you must still grieve, and perhaps just take a quick look at your engines, the triumph of the age. He knows nothing of loss, nothing of sacrifice. But to refuse? That would simply poke the hornet's nest, invite a swarm of interlopers and thieves. I must entertain this buffoon and submit to his intrusion. Perhaps I should show him the tripery, see whether his stomach, so trained by rummaging in the innards of clumsily vivisected, is strong enough to stare into the real engines of his golden age. I may even introduce him to Jack, or his sons at least. We have stronger locks on the windows now, and we bring their toys to them. To Jack. Almost sounds like a cask of Amontillado situation. I could interact with this. I don't think that's just wine. What is that? There's something on the bed there. That might be a rotting corpse. This is quite a boiler room you've got here. Makes sense that you bring your profession to your own home, but what have you done to these rats? And pull this chute back and forth. Oh, it's done something. This, though, we can't go out onto the catwalk. Alright, let's step back a bit. Were those flickers around before? There was something there. There was something like crawling, skittering along the ground.
Hands are bleeding, raw. I scrub and scrub, but the smell will not lift. How can I hold my children with these hands now? How can I kiss them goodnight with lips that have issued such instruction?
Mandus, the reason you put the cages on the beds is because I guess our horrific entertainment for the night didn't live down in the machinery. You had them living in the house up here with you. Just this whole time, keeping it hidden from everyone else. Or at least that's what it seems like. It's certainly what it seems like. And now we get to follow it back. Well, I suppose we don't have to. Did we go all the way down that other hall? I'm going back and forth a lot, but I'm just trying to make sure that I see everything. And the lights were all flickering. I guess we were an avid hunter as well. Could have gathered that from all the rifles. You move. Wait. Grizzly bear shot June 6th, 1898. You move, though. I am so happy I randomly discovered that. Some species of spider. Hippopotamus, 1896. Giant anteater, 1892. But we can come back around. This must be... Wait, this must be where they ran to. So it all connects. This whole area is just for exploration, and I love that. I love that it's letting us, like, poke around here. I guess reminiscing on our glory days, but look, even if we do love our kids, we must be quite an amoral character, right? I mean, all this unethical hunting, endangered species and such, all this... I mean, you don't climb to the top of an industry like this without exploiting workers, especially back then when it's even more unsafe. That door's locked. A leopard. Yeah, this back area entrance is a bit more sophisticated looking. I can even hear the echoes of our old ruminations scribbling things down. But this is a second device, which we can now turn off. Something should have changed. But these grates still won't open. Maybe we've got to get to that center area. Maybe the gates outside have? Ah, I see. They've switched. Yep, it wouldn't be machinery of this period without being a really convoluted mechanism for a very simple task. Now we can exit down the middle.
I am off to market. I will cry all the way home. I will have none. I will have none at all.
You know, I think that rhyme used to feature some other relevant imagery.
He's coming. Come on, Daddy. It's this way.
There's two that I haven't read. On Bears and Bathtubs. And after the party, she took my arm and said, "But darling, however did you get from the trophy room to the guest bathroom so quickly? Everyone considers you quite the magician." My darling Lilibeth, my father's house has many rooms. And as for mine, well, it also has its secret chambers. Okay, I mean, I'd marry you for this place. A curious discovery. Metal ticking as it cools and contracts. This must be the strange machine my new friend told me of. If my children discovered this place, it is entirely conceivable they strayed downwards, delighted in their discovery. Very well. It seems my route is predestined. The descent begins. Yeah. And it sure does look pretty dark down there, doesn't it? I'm sorry, I'm gonna get a move on. Still, it's interesting that, because obviously the immediate speculation here is the kids died a long time ago and are a product of your guilt or something. But it's interesting because you seem at once horrified by their presence and yet not able to point to anything specific for why they shouldn't be here. But I suppose that's the amnesia. It comes to you in bits and pieces. This exits right out onto the street. And a scream pierces the quiet night and is gone as quickly as it began. Oh, look at this old-timey truck. It didn't even occur to me that this could be something with a motor before.
Come and see, Papa. We found an egg. A stone egg.
It's called a rock, you moron. Well, we don't want to go back in there. Oh joy, our basement looks suspiciously like Castle Brennenburg. Against the rising waters. Planted the fingernails in flower pots all along the river when it's dark, so the sun could hatch them. All the world is an egg, he reasoned. We will grow hands now. Thankfully, we still have our lantern intact. I'm starting to think that this jitteriness is just because it's loading the level behind the scenes, because even within the same area, it seems to go away after a little while.
Come on, slow coach. It's this way.
The lights are flickering again. Trapped. Was it a trick? The voice on the phone. Who seems so close to my own. That is true. I hadn't thought about it, but that's true. Who seems to know me so well. Does he lead me for a nefarious purpose of his own secret devising? But do I have a choice? Even though his motives are unknown to me, I must find my boys. I will follow the machinery down to the very core of the earth if it will lead me to Edwin and Enoch. There's another phone. Maybe we can demand some answers. The question is, how do you know that I'm at a given one at any point in time?
The shaking ground you feel is our attempts to clear the floodwaters. Treachery, Mandus. We were undone. Your children are trapped by this act. You must find them before it is too late.
What do you need me to do? How can I find them?
Always deeper, Mandus. Through the piston room and into the tunnels. Then find the bilge and flush the rotten water. I will help you where I can. But you must be swift, my little friend.
My little friend? You say all our work. You don't talk to me like a business partner, that's for sure. You say treachery, but how do I know it's not you? Always deeper, that's where you want me. A room segmented by cages is a room perfect for a chase, right? I wasn't holding down the S key. That legitimately just launched me. That's hilarious. Oh, come on. I can't move you, but I can't jump very high either. There we go. Imagine if that was the end of that run right there. I may have actually seen something there. I thought I saw something, like, clamp over the grate for a second. The word clamp doesn't work there, but whatever. I'm not as articulate as Mandus. I haven't had that rich private school education, I suppose. We need a fuse. Did that sound like the kids? The saboteur has been this way. Intriguing. The gates are far too heavy for a man to lift, and are instead hoisted aloft by a chain coiled about a tube that appears to be spun by motors connected to these electrical switches. Whilst the fuse is blown, the motor cannot be spun, and the gates will remain an impenetrable barrier to progress. Yep, you've got that aristocratic, extremely verbose way of saying, find key, essentially. That looks like a fuse, but we're not moving on just yet. There we are. That looks like a bridge or a staircase or something that can be lowered. There we are. There's a lot of just stuff going on here, you know? Complicated machinery that, at this point in time, a lot of it is just built because they could. Because they had all these new and exciting abilities, and they were applying it to everything. In a lot of ways, it's not unlike our age. At least that's the only reason I can think of for why we currently have, like, Bluetooth finger puppets or something. I specifically named something that I don't know exists because it probably does, and it'd be funny if it does. There's another fuse here. You know, this jitteriness is not actually really going away here.
Bandaged feet and eyes, small bones in the orchard. I have carried this world on my back with its legs about me. Damn this wretched soul. I am given birth to nothing but machinery.
So you simultaneously consider yourself a technological savior, and yet you feel like you have nothing real to show for all of this. Okay, there's gotta be some way to get these barrels to come down. We couldn't just climb over this thing. Yep, ow. So we can be hurt by fall damage. What do we do then? There must be some way to get beyond that gate. Ah, that is a lever. There we go. Ah, that's a cool mechanism. It works by notches, and when we drop it down, gravity does the rest. You look like you're working. I wonder if at any point we'll be called upon to swap fuses out, make choices with them. I can hear like a rolling sound beyond the door. Are barrels maybe still being moved through? If something is coming through, it'll be my problem pretty shortly, right? Here we are again, but there is another staircase going upward. It's chutes and ladders. It's a dark descent, ascent, left and right ascent. Probably even a center ascent in here somewhere. That doesn't sound... Okay, that sounds distinctly like something has entered music. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go get that other fuse. Never mind, no I'm not. Another pile of dead rats, though. There we are. That'll open the other gate. But right now, I want to know what's down here. Note. August 19th, 1899. Von Reichenbach writes of the Odic force, whilst that ignorant charlatan Blavatsky pontificated upon the soul. They're both cretins. To think one could strive for such great heights without wading first through puke and innard, without standing upon an architecture of bones. Montezuma was the wiser, but here in our temples of steel, I've witnessed the severed head of a man, recently trampled to death by a runaway carriage, immersed in a solution of the Brennenburg compound, open his eyes, and cry, "Where are my legs, sir? Where's my body?" We are breaking through the barriers of death itself. Oh, my dead darling Lily, it's too late for you, but I promise you this. I will save our children from death, and if need be, I will wrench them from the blackness with this wonderful concoction. So it is... You got your hands on, I suppose, the vitae, the stuff that Alexander Brennenburg was using and obtaining through torture. You've seen it firsthand. It's potentially a cure for death. But there's always a cost. That's the running theme of these games, that there's always a cost to that innovation. Oh my god, no, you know, that's the room from before. We have no reason to come back this way, so just goodbye. Goodbye. Although you almost seemed as scared of me as I was of you. The flickering light, that's what it... And it stopped when you were away. Yeah, that confirms what I was just thinking. The flickering light is what indicates that you're near. In the first game, there was a mechanic where we couldn't look at you for too long because of sanity. I don't know if this... Sorry, I just noticed you at the end when you moved. I don't know if sanity is a mechanic here, but it's nonetheless preventing us from getting a good look at the creatures.
We know the way.
I'm also noticing a disconnect between what we're perceiving and what we were told. We were told that they're trapped down here, yet our character doesn't call out to them, even though this whole journey started in the house. It's like you see them, but even you don't perceive their presence as literal.
Hold still, for God's sake, hold still, child. Don't let it get into your eyes. I'm gonna rinse it out now. There. It will be fine. You just need to lie down. Enoch, look to your brother. How many times have I told you not to play in the cellar?
They were exposed to it. A substance which is literally being manufactured for them. Yet you don't... I suppose it's not ready yet. It's an iterative process, but... I mean, given that we are in these events, I guess that means we eventually got there.
I told you he'd come.
Extraordinary, quite extraordinary. And you built it all. Good God, man, you have been busy.
It is wonderful how tragedy focuses the mind. What else was I to do? Fall into grief, pine and fade in my hopelessness? Why not then simply die in that jungle amongst those dead temples?
It still gets me that you witnessed this horrific sight, and ever the industrialist, what you saw was opportunity. But probably your first ever non-selfish opportunity. Something which you surely would get rich off of if you could perfect it. But you did it to avoid experiencing loss again. We opened it from this side, which means whatever's beyond this point was sealed in. Although clearly that wasn't everything. Some kind of elevator, maybe? Or... possibly even an airlock. Okay, I can't interact with the dials themselves, but I guess we need the pressure at a certain point. That door must be closed. Technically, this game's analog horror. Seriously, I just love all like the bells and whistles and moving parts. That makes an appearance again, and I know I saw it in a hallway through one of those two-way mirrors. Look at that, the factory above. And the factories below. That's a butcher shop. Huh. It's kind of like those torture diagrams in The Dark Descent. horror through abstraction. Seeing that depiction is scarier than being here for the process itself. Nothing here, though. The collar, the neck, the noose. Such a fanfare. The Times wrote it was a splendid occasion. The bunting stretched for streets and the fanfare blew. A proud day for the family. And yet it's titled The Collar, the Neck, the Noose. What kind of event are we talking here? Also, this looks like a house, yet it's all underground. If we were to break these windows, what would we see? Distributions clerk. Oh wow, we've got so many of these. More electrical sabotage. Another confounded fuse box. The fellow is thorough in his sabotage, if somewhat repetitive. The stench from these barrels is quite discomforting. I would certainly hope that whatever chemistry this room is designed to store is not a defining feature of the flood that threatens my children. The path is clear. It seems this chemical processor is merely one part of a much larger complex. No easy route for me, then. I'll follow my fever, the calls of my children wherever they may lead me, as I move further into this strange empire. The factory offices. All the suggestions of a large workforce, yet no actual signs of life. It is every bit as if someone has attempted to carefully create the illusion of a working factory complex, yet this facade, when examined closely, is clearly just a falsification. But I must put aside my anxieties, quell the unease that pits my stomach, and continue on my path. A false factory meant to give the appearance that people are needed here. This is an 1800s liminal space.
I have such visions to share with thee, if my jaw be unshackled and you harvest the crust from my eyes. Make me clean, Mandus, that my thoughts and words can unfouled be.
You want me to purify you in some way? Because that to me sounds like mission creep. I never know if you guys were there before, but there's at least one or two that I'm pretty sure were not. So I know you're doing it. This just ground to life, as if someone was just here. Oh my God. I need to get out of there. The cadence of that voice, the tension in the strings, like it just... My heart rate actually accelerated a little just from being in there. I don't know how you sing like that. That's a brand new emotion. And alongside the face of the woman in that portrait, my God. I don't like being so close to it. Were I not spurred on by the need to find my kids, I would probably just slump back against the wall and sit right here until daybreak. October 11th, 1899. We integrate the very latest knowledge of chemistry using low levels of laudanum derivative in feed to subdue the product even before the initiation of the process. In feed? You're giving it to animals. This means that when we drag them from holding pens onto the line, they are less likely to panic and damage machine components, other products, or themselves. The section of the belt is sheathed in rubber and kept well lit to maintain good spirits. And we've actually found that the intelligent placement of gramophones and simple acoustic amplification tubes around the line means we can use music to further soothe the product. We find Debussy particularly effective in this regard. So, you're actually soothing animals rather than making sure that they're tortured as much as possible, like in previous games. Or I say previous games, I'm drawing from games that mostly came after. Warning, fuel pumps, volatile chemicals are in use. These materials are highly corrosive. Wear protection. Best I can do is my sleeves. Oh my, product left to rot here. Truck fueling station. Maybe I need to gas up a vehicle, if only to break down these doors. Oh my god, just industrialized death. I can pick them up as well. So many lives just ground up by a machine. Being treated like cogs or bolts or whatever material moves down the conveyor belt line. September 28th, 1899. Imagine, they say, a machine one day that might think like a man. As if this is to be desired. One might almost boast of creating a man who breeds like a pig. Men and women upon all fours, rutting carelessly. Alleys and gutters running freely with the careless spill of their conjoinings. The air thick with the whimperings of lust. Bodies streaked with their own emissions. We've created a world where man is so utterly debased he will spray his seed over passers-by. And yet, this is the condition Babbage aspired to. No, this is not the machine we seek. Such an entity should be nothing less than a deity, and we would fall upon our knees and worship it. We shall not carve gods to bicker and fornicate. They will exist to clean the world and set us free. I reject Babbage as I reject these men of government. Let the pigs copulate in the gutters whilst they can. We shall scoop them up and ease their ascension soon enough. You seek to uplift humanity through a machine god. We know what this material does, but maybe that's not the only piece of the picture here. Also, I think it's kind of interesting that I'm playing this now years later, where we have machines that can, at least in premise, think like a man. Like, that's cool how it's a commentary on a time 110 years removed from it at the time the game released, and yet 10 years later, some of those themes might be even more relevant in a way that this game couldn't have predicted. Out onto the streets, so our home pretty much connects directly to our factory. fog seems to be settling even more. Ooh. Wait, there's a note here. Delivery schedule. How in blazes are we supposed to meet these schedules if even the basic equipment we are provided will simply not perform its designated function? These cursed newfangled trucks will only run a fraction of the distance my old nag managed before running out of stinking gasoline. The gaffer says it's fine, and there's plenty of pumps to refill them outside the factory walls. But you end up dragging a blessed tank from the truck to the nearest one to refill it, and the one in the storeroom is empty again. I can't be turning that crank handle all day, only to find the tank is empty. Well, sod it, says I. Enough for a night, and to my bed I go. It's not like anyone needs access to the bleeding graveyard anyway. Harry, if you get this, I'll meet you in the Damson Templar for a jar. I suppose that's the local pub. Alright, I don't even need to read the thing about the pumping station. Holy orders. The church is connected to the plant. How odd. However, it does suggest another route into the main part of the facility, given the locked doors around the fueling station. The truck blocks my way, however, almost as if the saboteur knew that I might consider this alternative entrance. Okay, so...
Come on, Papa. Let's climb this one. I can see more pictures at the top.
Okay, we should probably move these barrels, right, to get the doors open all the way? I don't know why I turned the light out. That means that there's creatures near. Maybe just to let us know we're heading into a dangerous place. Is that a fuel tank? This canister looks as if it may fit the fuel pump I saw earlier. It certainly carries the same fetid, unholy reek. I will not think of that which I saw pass me in its cage. I will not gaze again into that dark machine room. A more immediate task presents itself, and the opportunity perhaps to gain access to St. Dustin's. Okay, so this is probably empty though, I bet, right? Perhaps we can try it. Now where would this... Oh, you know what? We probably have to bring it back to the filling station and then back here. And use this helpful pile of logs to get back in. I honestly couldn't tell if that was a distant scream or the grinding of machinery. All I know is that something definitely feels different. Let's try and make this quick, shall we? Here we go. I mean, surely we don't need a full tank for this, right? Open, open, open. I can't grab this. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. No, no, go, 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 go. I shouldn't have spent so much time. Grab it, go. Go. Up and over. Go. No. Open the door. Out. Out. Go. I ain't reading that journal right now. Are you crazy? Away with us. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't have gone in primed thinking this one isn't that scary. Because it's making the scares scarier. Here you go. I'll go back in there when pigs fly, but now that they drive, maybe we can get something going? A sort of compromise? Is there like a break somewhere? Something I can use to move this? No, seriously, what do I do with this thing? There must be something else I can interact with, right? Oh, I can actually climb all the way up. But I can't climb inside. No, really. Maybe the journal will tell me. A fast getaway. Dear sweet Lord of all that is good and holy, I must make my escape. Grasp this container and its putrid contents and flee this place before that creature, that nearly man, returns. I will head for the church. Surely a creature like that won't tread on such hallowed ground. Well, the problem is, how do I tread on such hallowed ground? Oh, it's a crank start engine. That scared the absolute crap out of me. Now you'll open. That was all we needed.
This way, Papa. Come and see. Will it hatch? Can we take it home?
Yes, my darlings. Of course we can take it home.
That stone egg of yours. I mean, despite what seems like it would have been a somewhat cold upbringing, you still came with an imagination, and it's not like we were actively hostile to them, we were just preoccupied. Preoccupied for them, really. I think that's one of the creatures. Buried face down so we can't really see it, but buried alongside one of the pigs. A fresh, hastily dug grave as well. There's a fence there, so we can't hop the railing to the front doors. Still, you think this is somehow connected to the factory? Yes, there's a pig buried surface level here as well. Some kind of gruesome mockery, or something that actually does make sense in its moment. That doesn't look like a Christian burial. But what do I know? Livestock and Bibles. Higgledy-piggledy blue china eyes. My lumps. Higgledy-piggledy blue china eyes. My love comes to me in the fairest disguise. We skips and we totters. I seize her hind trotters. With the way that's going, it's probably best that I not continue. We sat here, I remember. We sat in our black and we mourned and we prayed and we bowed our heads. How I hated God then, how I spurned him. If this is our Lord, this pig who robs me of my wife, then I refute his embrace. I will carve a new God for us all. Such madness. Such a fool I was. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I would be doomed. But even here I feel the machine throb beneath the flags, and I know my path awaits me. We know now you succeeded in building your machine god. It's just a question of what that machine god actually entails. We can go upward into the church from either of these doors. And here we find the church office. November 23rd, 1899. Twin candles, bent to the will of the central saint, casting their light to the corners of the chapel. Father Jeremiah, I thought, could be trusted with a secret, but he is like all the others. So the old priest has gone to the holding pens with his flock. He says he will enter into our world with them. A shepherd indeed. You've been kidnapping the locals from the sound of it. I didn't get to comment on this earlier because I was distracted by everything else, but a drawer full of bloody dentures and glasses. What do I make of that? And what do I make of a pig mask giving me the side eye? Another recording.
Your faith shackles your vision, Professor. It is an iron coffin that keeps you from grasping the future. We require a new deity, one of steam and the wheel, of magnetism and progress. The old god is nothing more than a lamed hog, spitting back offal at mankind.
You believed in a future where mankind, with its flaws, can be uplifted through a machine god, through a divine intelligence of our own making. You said that a machine such as this shouldn't be made in our image, and yet you're making it in your image, I guess indicating that you see yourself as above mankind. I mean, the contempt is just dripping through your every line. Just trading one god for another, huh? Now that is horrifying. Huh. What did that change for us? A cryptic clue. Some kind of mechanism. A secret and infernal one, no doubt. The missing candlestick is clearly the answer. But why, this I cannot fathom. Why hide secret machines in a place of prayer? And where are the faithful? Why are there drag marks about the altar? As if someone was pulled away. Yes, this slides backward. You didn't just take the priest, you took the entire congregation, didn't you? Can't get back here, and we can't interact with these sconces either. But all this built into the church. You had taken over the town. You were so influential. Nor can we open the boiler. I was gonna say, I wonder if we need to supply our own coal. But I guess that candle is first. Nothing that I can see so far on these benches. Ooh, there's a storeroom. That was a scream, and we even audibly react to it. I can hear the quickening of the pace of my breath. Father Jeremiah's journal, October 1st, 1899. They flock to us now, where once I had to walk amongst them to bring salvation into their lives. Now drawn by warmth and winter, By the food that Mantis distributes, my church is full, and my charges are saved. He walks amongst them, and they almost worship him. He will not allow them to work in his factories, claiming that his workforce are specially trained for the new machinery he uses, and that it would be irresponsible, nay, unethical, to risk such precious lives as he sees here. A changed man since Mexico, it is to be praised that in the face of such appalling tragedy, and from the confines of his sickbed as he is often shamed to, he conducts one of the greatest and most benevolent charities in all of London. Not content with the rise to become the dominant food produce business in the land, he distributes his goodwill, his fares, to the poor, and they congregate about his kingdom in gratitude. In other words, we've become such a philanthropist that they worship us rather than God, or at least alongside. But it's only us acting as a prophet to our own false god. And all of this under the guise of philanthropy, of feeding the needy, of warming the cold. We sent them all to their deaths to be ground up in this machine. The Vitae needs lives. Now that starts the boiler. The engine fires. The flames are stoked. I hear steam in the walls, vibrations upon the very air. My heart falters at the prospect of throwing the lever and exposing the workings of this dark contraption, but my children beckon me on, and I cannot fail them. Seeing that twisted display move as we turn around is almost like a monster scurrying away. A hellish portal. It appears I have no choice. Thus I descend, and may God have mercy upon my soul. If this is my bedlam, I am to be cast as Matthews. Then I will wear that mantle for the sake of my boys, and face whatever horrors lie beneath the altar. Deep below the church, as if into a crypt, but finding only machinery. Then again, I suppose we did compare earlier the steam in the pipes to the marrow of bones. Silence, do not startle or upset the acquisitions. Some very large cages you've got here.
Listen, Papa. Hold the egg to your ear. You can hear the sea.
We are not alone down here. Okay, go. Should I... There's a note to read here. Does it pause the game while I'm reading? What exhumation is this? What rotten fruit? What bestitching of parts? I doubt I will ever be found. Yet I leave you this in the malodorous half-light, whilst my tormentor shuffles below, my fellow prisoners keen and squeal in the gloam, and where I wait for the knocking upon my cage that signifies it is finally my turn to make that dark journey into the interior. I've noticed these things put punctuation in weird places. It makes it very hard to read. Can't really understand you, and there's another voice in here somewhere. Not all of these cages have been cleared. There's still people in them. Some of them driven insane. Oh my god! Oh my god! That was so bloated and misshapen. I'm sorry, I know you're doing your best, but... Okay, you seem to be moving away, though. That's a good thing, right? But just knowing we're not alone in this maze... We don't want to accidentally catch up to you. Oh my god. Oh my god, no, it saw me. You're still there. Okay, okay, okay. We need to kill our light. We need to kill our light. You said we don't want things to be attracted to that, but now I can't see where you are. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, well, screw this, screw this, screw this, screw this, screw this, screw this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had nowhere to go. Alright, I think we just need to run past you then. Oh. You didn't kill me, you just brought me to a cage. And there's slop in my trough. Still, I'm easily able to slide it open. You don't understand the lock. We're just brought back to here. Oh. There's only so far back I can go. Oh, where even are we now? I've completely lost my sense of direction. It was through here that I tried to come before. I kind of like how death was worked in like that. I don't know if there was nothing I could do, or if it's simply something that we could totally abuse if we wanted to be funny. The back of this suggests that it's another one of those false walls. Even within this web of my own design, you don't want people knowing about every shortcut. Quite the magician indeed. Another of those fueling stations. This one we do find empty.
Water in his shoes. Always the water, and the sparks of the embers of the wheels. It's too bony! It's too damn bony!
Things needed to go in a particular way for this to work. We're at the gates of the factory itself. Everything else we've been going through is just the logistics operations. And the nightmare of our own home. The Mandus Processing Company. My soul shudders at what I have seen, but at last I've reached the main part of the factory. Now onwards, downwards to find those floodwaters and drain them away. Like Moses, I will cleave the waters and lift my little darlings clear of its vile cradle. Even when you're trying to be sweet, you can't speak without that sense of grandiosity. I mean, on the one hand, you are a larger-than-life figure, but also... cool it, bro. It's funny how you seemingly have such contempt for humanity, and yet with a desire to save it. Or maybe your desire is to be a savior. You keep thinking you've done that through your various business ventures, but it was never enough. All this expeditioning and hunting, trying to become a god yourself. When you couldn't yourself, you decided to make one. I guess we are here.
These men, Professor, these so-called men of vision, they would shackle the masses to a wheel and turn it till their backs break. All for that opiate, the lure of profit. These fools who lackey them, these priests, these officials, this government. They make pigs of us all.
But what solution, my dear man? How to break a cycle? You cannot simply remove the promise of a better world for these unfortunates. In the workhouses, in the orphanages, the belief in heaven is surely the only succor one can find.
We do not need to wait. We can bring forth paradise now. We can speed the passion. With only a small sacrifice, we can hold the apocalypse. With just a small sacrifice, we can free our shackles and deliver them to paradise now.
A small sacrifice. On the scale of how you consider things, what counts as small? A legion of pigs? A priest? A congregation? What does paradise mean to you? Once again, we're not alone. We can run. I definitely think at this point that we can't hide. I mean, we probably can, but not if a creature's path is directly in front of me. And these look like jukin halls. We can run around these machines if we need to. Just wanted to check if there was a sneaky note back here. But I mean, just look at all this. It feels like we're looking at the bones of a whale after being swallowed. I'm of course drawing my knowledge of whale anatomy from the hit film Pinocchio. But you get the idea. It's all about how unnatural all of this feels and amplifying it so that it's conveyed for a modern audience. Looks like we're gonna have a machinery puzzle on our hands. There's a control room, a couple of boilers. This one's already going. Stop. Are your furnaces fueled? It wants us to check before we light all this up. That hammer's been used for some organic smashing. Okay, we probably gotta place the coal inside. There you go, and there you go. Is there any more? No, that looks good. So now we've got to fire you up, presumably, right? Is there a place where we can do that? Well, the answer is it doesn't really matter until you've all got stuff in you. There's number 4. And you are already burning. Perhaps I can take this from here? I don't know how much has to go inside. There may not have been enough in room 3. Hello? It's clicking and dragging. Oh, you're totally closed. Well, I guess that means it's enough then. Oh. No. No. 2 and 6. So 5 we find already burning. It's 6 that needs more. But I can still open it. Okay, so it does need more. I know I can find some back in 4. I only used 2 for number 3. So this should be enough to do it. This is quite a large chunk of coal as well. Still not enough, huh? I can hear it trying to... No, now I can't do it. Okay. Maybe now we can try... Well, there's still the matter of 2. Right here, we can toss all that in. Wow, there's actually 4 pieces there. Yep. And we cannot open, which means we are good. We should be fully fueled and ready to go. No. So what's gonna wind up being your problem then? Ah, we can light them from there. Okay. Well then, in that case, we just need to go ahead and light 6. I really thought it would be automatic because that clicking sound to me sounds like some kind of starter, some kind of igniter trying to work and not sparking. Hey there. Now, all that remains is 2. And I keep closing these doors behind me because I feel like something is going to enter at any moment. That's all of them lit. Fire and steel. The fires are stoked. Assuming the same architect is responsible here as with the chemical plant, I surmise that a centralized control system regulates and operates the pistons. It should be a simple matter of finding it and hoping the saboteur relented after simply extinguishing the fires. Well, I have a feeling the saboteur is very active tonight. Combined with the drone of that soundtrack, the sounds of pistons coming to life in the dark was absolutely horrifying. It was like they were playing the theme song of some approaching threat, something so vicious we will not be able to survive the encounter. Only I'm not quite sure where we go now. I noticed there were half windows we could open here. Oh my god, nope. Okay, you're running across that way, I want this way then, right? Stands to reason. We can go around this thing if we have to run. Danger. No entry to the underpistons when machinery is at rest. Well, it most certainly is not at rest. Well, at least some of the electric lights are still on and working. Something's here, and I'm just waiting for a shadow to pass in front of the lights in the back there. Silhouettes are going to be very important in a situation like this. Can't climb up onto the conveyor belt where we'll be safe. It's there. It's there, and we just need to move around it. No. No, I think it just spotted me. It spotted me! 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 Oh no, we had to come this way. Go, 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 go. That was my own fault. No. Dead end. I think we made it though. Hopefully it got stuck on some of this convoluted machinery. Behind here. Oh, the complexity of the environment makes it so difficult to navigate. I think there's more than one. There's definitely more than one. Go, 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 go. Or maybe, I don't know. You're coming back. I just cannot figure out what it is I'm meant to be doing in this moment. Maybe I just need for you to pass. I can lean. That element at least has been kept. At a certain point though, I have no choice. You're coming this way. You can hear me when I sprint and you're coming for me, I think. I just can't tell. Go, 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 go. Out and around. Okay, this is different. Down into the chute. You're not happy about that. Ow. I just need a moment to relax in the light. The descent continues. What did that dark voice instruct me to do? Under the pistons, into the tunnel, and onto the bilge pumps. And if the door should be locked, I'll have to find another means of descent. I cannot trust him, but my path is set. I shall ignore those noises. That shuffling... Wait, that snuffling. Those shuffling steps below me. I will brave whatever lurks beneath, and I will save them. April 30th, 1899. The crate arrived this morning, and I had it delivered directly to the workshop. The body is remarkably preserved, although there is a subtle yet nauseating stench of damp and rot. It is humanoid in shape, but has suffered severe skeletal deformity. Remnants of leather straps encase the torso, which is deformed, with evidence of substantial muscle mass and displacement. It is difficult to ascertain whether this unfortunate is the recipient of some barbarous surgery, or was born deformed and an attempt to force his gnarled body into some semblance of humanity was made. What he is, I cannot tell, but I smell the orb upon him, and suspect my great-uncle's presence in his curious condition. Your great-uncle. Perhaps there's a family connection here to Brennenburg. So it can be done. We can reshape the body into a tool, accelerate the process of Mr. Darwin's evolution. But here my great-uncle and I part company. He chose men as the subjects of his experiments, but men are difficult to control and rotten with sentimentality. No, we require a new creature for our chatels. Loyal, clever, strong, easily sated. like a pig. I'm telling you, the gameplay certainly is very bare bones as far as, you know, the running and hiding, because I should have probably been chased more aggressively in any horror game worth its salt or worth its coal. But I just can't bring myself to hate it because it's in this, like, sort of pompous attitude that our main character has, in the way it's written, in the settings we explore. It's all just so wonderfully gross and just so cruel in a way that I think is really befitting the tone that was set by the first game. Even down here, we can hear those metallic screams. I've got to wonder, the screams of someone up above, the screams of something down here, or the screams of a machine god itself. Well, the doors might not be opening, but the laugh of a child somewhere in the middle of this indicates that we're gonna have to do something a bit more inventive. If the doors should be locked indeed. In the nest of eggs, through penny sixpence, sparrows and doves, see all the angels a weeping above. There's no more forgiving, there's no one to save. For today, darling Lily goes into her grave. A nursery rhyme mocking us about our dead wife. Then again, knowing us may be something we wrote. Well, if the plan was to descend, I guess we succeeded. A rising star in yet another field, or a falling star, I guess. Oh, neat, a phone. Hang on, I gotta take this first. It's my thoughts. Sabotage. Bruised and battered, but alive. I've survived the saboteur's best efforts. He and I are now locked in an epic struggle. But I am driven to find my family, and I will prevail. Ignore the madness about me. Do not consider what cruel and unspeakable acts have been committed here. Find the way to the bilge, drain the flood, free your children. Find the crown, save the town, and Mr. Krabs.
Quickly, Mantis, find the entrance nearby. The children weep in the darkness, and the flood waters continue to rise.
There's a certain depth to that voice that I really can't place. It's not just the manner of speaking, it's like a texture of the voice. It's soothing but unnatural. Much like that seat. Looks really comfy, looks like I could sleep in it. Are these really dentures, or are these extracted all at once? These same glasses, always seen alongside these. There must be a reason. July 15th, 1899. In order to facilitate assimilation of tissue groups, a compound is required, or the cells will not bond. Disposal of non-bonded subjects must be immediate, and using incineration, or we risk continuous animation without form. This is unpleasant. A simple compound of 1 part Brennenberg infusion vitae to 1 part orgone monad dispersal is sufficient. This can be administered intravenously to subjects following reassembly to maintain bonding. The compound is unstable and highly light reactive. Once in the body, the Schumann lamp can be used to activate the compound, but outside the body is highly corrosive. It can even destroy small quantities of metal. So I suppose that explains why the lights flicker when you're close. You're full of this stuff. It was our job to create a means of making monsters. I guess test it on frogs. A misshapen corpse brought to us from, well, presumably the castle, I guess, unless I missed something. One nightmare inspires the next, each generation not learning from the last, each thinking we can succeed where they failed. Maintenance access. There's another passage beyond the locked gates, but I have a choice of approach. The padlock is old but firm, and after that fall, I cannot summon the strength to break it open. Perhaps I can find another way. Is that really a choice, then? Hey, dynamic lighting. Maybe we can take this thing with us. I can make my way around the catwalk up here, but there's nothing to be found. So it seems pretty clear that whilst away we discovered one of those orbs. But then again, if we do have a familial connection to Alexander Brennenberg, is it possible that we went there specifically looking for an orb, that we already knew of this power and we were seeking it out? The centrifuge. It's some form of bizarre mixing device for chemical compounds, and it positively reeks of the foul fluids I have seen too often before. It is clearly a compound, some volatile something of two composite ingredients. I should wager I would find them close by. You know, we are essentially fixing the machine as we go. Refilling the centrifuge, relighting the furnaces. Low temperature storage. And holding pens. Oh, it looks like we also have a pneumatic tube system here for distribution. Oh my god, no, other way. Oh, but no. Other way. So when I didn't go towards the holding pens, this is sort of what I was assured would not happen. I feel kind of lied to by these signs. Well, once again, it's just letting us know that we're not alone in here. A warning. Inflamed it is. Burning it does. Bleeding from each hole, fore and aft, leaking down my legs. Blood and excrement. My lungs are in my vomit. I pass clots of my organs now onto the filthy stone. Drink this, he says. And I did drink it. I did do that. Because of the changes, they ripple inner me. My teeth sneeze out and scatter like mice in the dark. I cannot find them all. Gathered what I can. Push them back into my gray gums with my fingers. But the nails are all weepy and falling out. Drink it, he says. It'll help the running of the fever. Because not us all can take the change. On the other table, a beast under a blanket. I never wanted to see under that. But he drank it too. He passed it under the blanket. And I heard it drink. Dear God Almighty, how can a man excrete so much blood and still live? The lack of capitalization. God, I thought that was something there in the corner. Not only is that one of the most gruesome things I've ever read, it's from the perspective of one of those beasts. They're still intelligent, sentient, although I guess a little less so. We can send something through the pneumo. We can hide under a table as well. That's potentially useful for later. Told they would become better. Just gotta drink this. Inspired by the idea of being able to turn men into monsters, to turn your thoughts into a machine, into a god. But that didn't send what we need through. There's gotta be some other way to do it. Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisitions. These might as well be velociraptor cages, for all I care. Men into pigs. Literally said something earlier about making pigs of us. This game is certainly not shy about its symbolism. Not gonna happen. They're bare. There's no other reason for this to be down here. They were through here. August 20th, 1899. Took another delivery of another batch of imbeciles today. They're the sorriest specimens of humanity I've ever seen. No one asks where they go to. The authorities of Bedlam are simply happy to reduce the overcrowding in their teeming, stinking halls. We measure their skulls, check their teeth. We give them laudanum to pacify them. They wait in line, livestock, dull brown eyes and filthy skin. Many soil themselves as they wait. Into the manipulator they file in silence. I hear the hissing of gas. I hear the dull groaning as teeth are removed, as bones are reset. I hear the pigs screaming. We've removed all the mirrors. After the process, it is their reflections that trouble them the most. Afterwards, when they sleep, I walk amongst them. My children, I whisper to their dreams. You are my children now. I have children once again, and your forms imperfect will be the engines to make my own blood flow again. I'm sorry, I feel like we've really gone a long way from this fluid can instill life, can bring life, to we need to change people into pigs. Maybe you see them as the next step, but you don't talk about them that way, but more importantly, you're saying, I have children now. I have children once again.
Over there. Place it in the corner. What? You think I speak Prussian? Do I look like an inbred hog, sir? Who gives a damn what it contains? Just set it down carefully and leave me be.
I really love old-time nationalism and insults. It's just so vitriolic and so funny. Huh. Oh no, oh no, no, you're coming this way, you're coming this way, you're coming this way! No, it's locked! What can I do but hide around the corner? It's as if they deliberately trapped us in here. I wonder if they still have the mental faculties for that. You've moved off. I probably have a whole bunch of journal entries, right? No. No, nothing to distract me, nothing to help me procrastinate.
The lift has been sabotaged. You will have to find another way to the tunnels. Take care in this place, Mandus. It is the crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors.
A pair of very familiar gears. The crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors. Are you talking about me and us? Considering we're apparently the ones responsible for all this. There must be something here that can be sent away. It's like there's inconsistency in my own character's understanding of events. Feeling the kids should and shouldn't be here, all of this. Trying to, even before our amnesia, doing all of this to bring life to them, and apparently losing them even before all this? Maybe it's just sunk cost at that point. That all this has to benefit someone? No. Okay, we're gonna close that if we're gonna read. August 4th, 1898. This is an older one. More experiments with Compound X. Took the dog and injected it with strychnine? After the expected convulsions and spasming, it died just after midnight. I immersed the body in a large tank of Compound X and introduced an alternating current via induction coil for a period of 3.5 minutes. Partial return was induced. Calling it simply return. However, damage incurred prior to death was retained upon revival, meaning the dog continued in the acute state of strychnine poisoning until I put a bullet in its skull. But drowning? Perhaps, yes. It is, after all, known to be the kindest of suicides. If one were to drown, replacing the fluid in the lungs with Compound X should theoretically be perfectly possible as a revival method. I mean, how far removed are we? Maybe they had died recently or something, and you decided that you really need to accelerate the work? You had mentioned it being too late for Lilith. Biv, B-I-V. Vitae? Potentially that last letter could stand for. Anyway, off you go. And we can't put any more in, right? No. Okay, right. We've already been here. This is the phone we just spoke on. And now we need to move through here, which will be a joy. Simply returns us to here. And now we can retrieve that from the pneumo and place it in. 3 different ones, though. There must have been something that I missed back here, because it's got its own pneumo. This was probably meant to tutorialize me on this. did that do? Nothing good, I guess. God, the fact that it's your electric lantern and every other light in the place is really, really cool. What is up? I was just, ow, no, I can't run fast enough, Open, and slam shut. Go. I don't care, I should have gone upward.
It fell onto his hands and they eroded in front of me. To stumps. Next time we will use an equal mix of infusion vitae and orgone disperser. No, just take him out. You can dump him in the river for all I care.
None of that was real. I mean, I knew something strange was going on, but... And us, such a callous boss. All in the name of admittedly great potential, but feeling that... I'm not really feeling that you can justify this, even if it benefits millions. Okay, right, it dropped down into the slot here. There we go. Now we just need one more thing. You don't go there. Oh, I see. It mixes and then filters into that last thing. Dangerous process, no doubt. That was much less dangerous than it seemed from the fact that blast doors were closing. A heady brew. I have the compound. It hisses and steams in its container like some living thing. A witch's jelly to burn and corrode. The container is made from glass. A strange choice, unless there's some particular reason why the metal that pervades everywhere else cannot be brought into contact with this so-called Compound X. I should investigate further for clues. Good idea where we bring it, and also don't let it roll off into oblivion. That would be ever so dreadful. Either way, the point is clear. This is not a normal substance. No, we're not doing it this way. I see. If it's corrosive and damages metal... Wait, didn't we have a way of throwing? Ugh. We did not need to. We also don't want to touch it with our own hands. Perhaps now we need to induce current. Well, that's a fun little science experiment you've got there. Ah, I see, yes! Exposure to light. This mine wasn't enough, but that is quite a bit brighter. I wonder if that bulb would fit in here. Yeah, probably too hot at the moment. Hot like the blood in my veins seeing that.
Down here, Daddy. Faster, faster.
So what happens is I speed up and run right around the corner into one of those pig creatures, right? What is this place? What goes down this hole? Because I'm seeing straw bedding down there. I'm hoping that breaks my fall, but also, what goes down there? This leaking world. All these nails and no wood. What kind of a carpenter are you? That figure cannot help but open its arms to you. Where's the strength in that? Looks like we're not the first to fall down here. Or at least the first to be kept down here. Oh no, it's sewers. The Bone Brigade are lying in wait. I knew it. I knew we were twisting these people into something horrific, and it turns out all we had to do was expose the skeleton that was already within them. October 22nd, 1899. Naturally, once bled, the product must be scalded, dehaired, and scraped, ready for grambling and evisceration. For this, we pass them through the steam reservoir, which is kept at a constant temperature by passing excess high-pressure venting from the engines, via the boiler and series of large copper pipes into a stone chamber just below the workhouse. At the center of the machine, there's a component that must be kept at a consistently low temperature, which controls operations of the processing of product throughout the system. Alongside this, refrigeration is of the utmost importance in retaining product quality, and this also requires heat to be removed from certain areas of the machine. Two problems are therefore combined into a single solution: the removal of heat from some areas, and the requirements for increased heat in others. Conducting panels draw heat using the principles of convection, regulated by the boiler and sending freezing air along one set of pipes in one direction, and superheated vapors in another. Everybody take notes, there's going to be a test.
Isn't it dangerous allowing this filthy discharge to collect so close to the core?
We can use the flow to drive the turbines. There will always be a torrent of excreta flooding through these tunnels. We can use this to supplement the steam production and ensure constancy.
God, the stench! This fecal matter is the true product of the age.
Oh, our good old friend is back in some form. I wonder if that's one of the products of our work too, or if these things just appear wherever people are dabbling in this. The flooded tunnels. My mysterious friend is correct. The sewers are indeed flooded. To descend further, I'll have to find the local sluice pumps to drop the water levels. The smell is almost unbearable. It makes me gag. Why should the saboteur have flooded the tunnels, though? What did he hope to achieve? Well, if it gets me down into the water with that thing, they'll have achieved my death. Sluice gate 1. And these things are free roaming around, unless it's you that causes my light to flicker. That may well be the case. You can't fool me, my light's not flickering. But I am rapidly catching up. You were over there somewhere, which means I have to go this way. Then again, there's clearly something here as well. This side is totally flooded. You do seem to cause the effect, but only if you're moving. I also noticed those sparks in the water. Those are also new to this, but hey, a more modern horror for a more modern age, right? Wow, we've fallen far. August 1st, 1899. Several of the older forms had breached their containment area and escaped into the sewers. They remind me of my limitations. This is no Kelm, and I am no Eliyahu. At least, not quite yet. It is the heat generated from keeping the doorway between open that is to blame. We cannot simply pack them about with coolant as we do at the center where the doorway is. The later versions are kept safe by the freezing temperature of those towers. Up here, where the air is hot and fetid, they become overheated, and their duality tears them asunder, as the other place flies from their cells and their vitae splinters. They live sporadically, torn from one world to the other and back again in violent, unpredictable bursts. For a few seconds they are creatures of this world, then they're torn away and cease to have physical form. This vicious ripping back and forth between worlds has driven them quite insane. I have ordered the affected areas sealed, and will not allow my loyal workers to enter. These are cursed places now, the abode of failed experiments, ghosts of fear and spite. Absolutely horrifying, nothing more than a failed attempt at what you're doing here. And now left to rot in, I guess, eternal suffering because we have no way of disposing of them, except to seal them in like a tomb. A tomb which they are constantly freed from and pulled back into. Now imagine that. There's a phone back there, but it doesn't seem to be ringing, which means there's more to be done back this way. There's also, you guys, look at the way you move, the way you sit around on stilted legs, barely toddling back and forth. We're right back where we started. But there's nothing much more to be done. Oh no. Oh no. You're really... nobody wants to call me on the phone? Nobody wants to... Well, we can do this one. Sluice 1. Maybe that enables something back there. And hopefully that doesn't open any of these gates. It does enable access to the lower area. Of course, that brings us closer to what walks within. You know, I've always tended to hate sewer levels in video games, and I can't imagine this will be any exception. We're right back where we started. Down Sluice Gate 1. Didn't expect to find this here.
But we can save them. We can set them free. We can replace a rotten old world with a clean new one. Mr. Landis, you sound every bit the fanatic.
Well, how can I be otherwise, Professor? How can any man of ethics simply stand by and watch this world drown in its own excrement?
And your engineer, this visionary with whom you have embarked upon this course, does he share your views?
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. The poor fellow has seen it all before. Now, this is not the first great civilization he has wept for.
And so you set about things immediately upon your return?
Naturally. These things cannot be left to rot upon the tree. And sponsors were remarkably easy to find. I tell you, Professor, a trail of greed brings rich men to your door like pigs to truffles.
I can't help but feel that the progression of these things has been somewhat colored by your own perceptions of the world. I mean, the pig imagery is something that comes up in your speech a lot. But yeah, I always tend to hate sewer levels, and this is partly why, because of the repetitive and somewhat bland environments. Now, there's some decent artistry going on here, certainly, but it's nothing like exploring the mansion. February 17th, 1899. And I said, "Look, my darlings, can you see it?" And they said, "Yes, Daddy, yes, we see it." A tall, weathered cap of a steep-sided pyramid, so like those of Egypt. Stone falling away from the summit. Vines crawling about, intertwining the stucco serpents that thrive about the steps. A palpable sense of stillness, a weight of forgotten. And this here, this is where the king sat. And this is where the priests lived. This house, this is the house of the dead. And here, where the sun strikes, this is where they threw the hearts that were not consumed. No, my darlings, they most certainly were not savages. You see, they believed the sky could fall on their heads, and they truly, truly believed that offering blood was the only way of stopping this from happening. Perhaps, my darling, perhaps they were mistaken altogether. Or perhaps their tragedy was they could simply not spill enough blood to prevent the sky from falling in upon them. You looked even upon those great sacrifices, that savagery, there's no other way to put it, and you said, "I can industrialize this." You weep for the world, you weep for humanity and for the collapse of a great society, and yet, when you think of solutions, you simply can't help but see product and waste. You can't help but find ways to exploit everything until it's completely inhuman, until it's lost sight of what the objective even was. In any case, we ain't coming back. We've got to go through gate 2. And now we can open this. I've noticed then that you walk on the surface of the water. The surface wherever you are. Alright, we remember how to do this. We need to close that door. We need to throw the switch. Now we can open this one as soon as the RPM reaches a certain point. There. This, every time I do this, it's like a Wallace and Gromit nightmare. There's music echoing through these halls. A couple of them down there, but as before, we can't really get a good look. The big ones bully the small ones. There's like a hierarchy. Oh my. There's a great feast of meat. That's done it. Now I can enter the strange decontamination chamber, blah blah blah. A nest of wretches. Dear God. A whole nest of these foul creatures. No mind. My instincts have drawn me thus far, and am sure somewhere in this dank complex is a means of further descent. I will not see their faces as they go about their dark business. And yet I watch them sleep and eat and play. And they are so very human. So very childlike, and I will not think of what I have seen, of the chairs and the cages, and I will not think of how such monsters may be sculpted. They are doomed to live either in darkness or in flashing lights, barely catching glimpses of each other. But they are, I guess, in some sort of harmony with each other. They're able to sit and eat. This here within the sewers, this is containment. It's playing with a block. They really are childlike. They're like curious and violent. But then again, the one that killed me brought me back to a cage. So perhaps I can't even say that. They listen to music, they eat together. They dig their hands in like greedy pigs. That one sees me and looks away like it doesn't want to be observed. I wonder, are they able to open these doors, or are the others unable to get them out? This one appears empty. Ah! And it just slinks back to its corner, defeated. My God, what an Amnesia game to have us simultaneously be afraid of and feel absolutely awful for the monsters. We did this to them. We created them, and then we did this to them. Disposal tubes, emergency access only. Some of them finding comfort wherever they can. And that absolutely angelic sound echoing off of these brick walls, who knows how far below ground. All of this just under the civilization we were claiming to save. All of these people once part of that civilization. I am disheartened and no longer be able to hear the music. Rumbling returns. What are these symbols? That's quite a design there. Okay. I think it'll soften the blow if we drop down that other way, because the floor is at least angled. Yep. There we go. That may have saved us some health. Don't be going down, right? No, we're going up. Yep. Or are we? No? I'm not. Where do we go? Oh, I see. It's hard to tell because it's dark, but we need to... No, now we are going down. It wasn't working before. Can't get off here. You know, those quakes and tremors are happening again, and I had kind of tuned them out for a while. But down deep in the earth in some pipes is not the place you want that to be happening. There's so much that can go wrong. Then again, maybe it's the rattling of the machine itself, considering it seems to span under this entire city from what we've seen. You know, that little sliver that this occupies really doesn't do it justice. From tide to spine, a skin of a shroud, a stump of the bled, old Lily is fly-blown, old Lily is dead, and dreams of the jungle will flood through her head and light up her head. I also noticed, even though I completed this game about a decade ago, I am still getting achievements, so they must have been added after that sometime.
You seem to have undergone quite a profound conversion in Mexico, Mr. Mangan.
You could not have seen it yourself and not, Professor. As we disembarked, even through my fever, I saw the detritus of this so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease, rot and destruction polluting the waters of the Empire. We are ruiners, you and I, and all of us, and we make the world unclean.
And you took it upon yourself to act as Redeemer.
Professor, I would not be so presumptuous. I am merely a conduit. I am constructing an architecture to wrestle our damnation to the ground and smother it with steam.
You know, I'm not gonna go into spoiler territory. That was a fun little jog you just did. I'm not gonna go into a spoiler territory, but it's really fun how we talk about the destruction of an empire and trying to learn from their mistakes and use a destroyed empire to rebuild ours. Considering what Rebirth was all about. I mean, are you sure we're not repeating mistakes rather than learning from them?
He's here! He's here!
You looked a little different, first of all, and second, you triggered the flicker.
I said you'd come.
Okay, you little jerk, I don't like your tone. The pump rooms. These must be the bilge pumps. I am at the heart of the saboteur's efforts. In order to keep his flood in place, he must have disabled these vast pumps. But he was clearly rushed. Thus far, he has left most of his work incomplete. His clumsy efforts reduced to simply switching off all he could find. If I can locate the controls, the remedy will be simple. But you nevertheless remain. Rising floodwaters really would be a problem here.
Ahead, the trickled to still waters. I dragged myself deeper into the temple, downward ever, towards a wind that held the voices of my children, beckoning me to set them free.
See, my children disappearing in a puff of blood in my vision does not say good things about the state we'll find them in. If we find them, if they weren't long gone even before this. What was that? It flashed for only the briefest of moments. Oh, we haven't seen a pig mask in a while. That's done something. There we go. Speak of the devil. And once again, guys, if it sounds like I'm yelling too much or if my tone of voice isn't quite right, this is quite loud. I'm sure I'll have reduced this a lot in post. But right now, I really do feel like I'm having to yell over machinery, which is probably a good place to be at as far as actually playing the game. The sound design in this is great, like the way the music pervades the air when it's present. Everything feels like it's constantly in motion. It's also directional. You feel like every little component is acting and doing something. And it's so overwhelming when you walk through the guts of this machine. Another pump. It seems once again I must engage it. I cannot help but feel I am trapped in some great game, forced to undertake endless Herculean labors for the promised reward of my darling children. A little bit of lampshade hanging there, as TV tropes would put it. Alright, game, that's your one wink at the camera. Oh my god. Those railings indicate that that's a surface we can walk on. But I'd rather not. I'd rather the water level be at least a bit lower, especially with our company! Can't go that way. Can't go that way either. Go, 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 go. Up. I knew I shouldn't have auctioned off the metal contract to the lowest bidder. Oh my. There's a lot of ways we can go up here. Presumably that steam will prevent us from moving forward. But, okay. Another place where we were keeping them. You know, a lack of centralized storage is really causing us trouble here. Alright, well, before we mess with that, I'm obviously going to want to see what's back the other way. Let's play out all our options first. Main pump controls. Now that sounds promising. Looks like some sabotage work was done here as well. And we're probably missing some more. There's another. we are. I don't know if there are other missing parts, but of course this also all has to be started. And it does seem to be working. Yep, that way is now free and clear. The flood is drained. I have prevailed. The saboteur is beaten. My heart pounds with excitement, even as my head spins and shudders in fervorous anticipation. How this machine now throbs about me, sensing its rebirth is imminent. The final descent beckons me to enter, as Lily once lay on her wedding bed and summoned me into manhood. You're clearly fixated on stuff like that. It's actually come up quite a few times. Ow. Really, ow. Why did I do this? I assumed there'd be a reason. I can pick up rocks. I can throw. Maybe I can use that to bring the ladder back down. Okay, well, we did that. Was there a point to this? I mean, I'm trying to be a completionist here. I'm sure I'm not by the stage. Oh, I guess if I happen to fall and slide down there, we could get out that way. Now I get to climb right back down to where we can taunt those beasts. They are indeed still down there. But they can't do anything about me now. Another of these airlocks. Well, I know the drill at this point. I just love those sounds. I love how all of this is just stuff. And it allows us to engage with the stuff. There's so many levers and dials and gears. And it's all actually pretty nicely animated. Right. But I'm always grateful when the sound dies down and I'm given a moment of silence to myself. Core systems access. And a lit candle suggesting someone was here recently. The children dancing. The stairs are steep, the sun beating on his neck as he pulls them up. Veins pop on his forearms, but he cannot deviate. He is a man driven by love. Only love. From the outside looking in, that's probably not how most people would describe Mandus. March 15th, 1899. Curled into my bunk, all sick and sweat-ridden. They clean my room about me, but I can only hear the voice from within that gentlest of stones. It sings to me, and I dream of a great machine, the egg. We will build a new world from the ruins of the old. We will plant flowers in the rotten ribcage, and let them grow to hold the sky from falling. I remember how it whispered to me as we rolled sick and heaving. And I remember when we pulled into Southampton and we both wept, for it was every bit as much a desecration as had been sung to me. And then we came to London, and I set it upon the mantelpiece, and went into the house and gathered the servants and set on recrafting them. And then I went into the garden and buried those tiny, shattered skulls under the weeping bulges of the rhododendrons. Your egg, your stone egg, was one of the orbs, wasn't it? My god, the way those things come into being and the way they present to our characters is so different in each game. A different context and a different age, I guess. These games all being set decades apart. The heart of the machine. And when they first said Daddy, my heart was molten, as if blood frozen upon the ground were held to the sun to thaw and slop. And they were inseparable, always together, one soul and two bodies, and my love was all-consuming. I would die for you, I whispered to their sleeping faces. I would kill. I would set this world to ruin to protect you. I fought through dark tunnels, great engines, the foulest of beasts. I have set my covenant and drained this flood, and I am come for you now, my darling boys. This is sheer determination. All this time he's been saying he did this to save the world, but he only did it to save two. In fact, he was willing to kill the world to save them.
And you came then to London, and you set me upon a mantelpiece, and then you went into the house and gathered the servants, and reset you and I on recrafting them, and then you went into the garden and buried those tiny shattered skulls, alone.
Tiny shattered skulls. Oh my god. And you're the voice that spoke to us through that stone. And upon learning this is our dark descent.
For your children, Madness, to spare them the world you have created. For us all.
Our machine god, I'm willing to bet. All these pipes like some vast life support system for what at one time was the only thing in the world we wanted. Okay. We can take these stairs up, or we can go straight for that door. brick by brick, imagine the project. Imagine all that it takes to come to this point. The years of research and labor.
I tried so hard. I will uphold my promise. I will always protect them for you. My eyes are your eyes. My heart is your heart. I will rip them loose from this rotten world and set them to burn, all to save them.
That's your idea of saving them. Okay, what about the door down below, if we can't yet use the levers? Water pooling at the bottom of this containment chamber. Rod control.
And they feel no pain. The process is completely humane.
Humane, Professor? That we judge the acceptable level of suffering by the human condition? Ask the beggar, Professor. Ask the orphan. Ask the whore. Ask the starving, Professor. The weak, the sick, the filthy. Ask them to define your humane.
Deepest level. I imagine what primarily motivates you would have differed depending on the day. You look at your kids and you're able to say, I do it for them. You look at the suffering people you've seen in your travels and around the city and you say, I do it for them. Then you look at your legacy, your family past, and yourself, and you say, I do it for me. And then you look at the suffering that you've caused and created, and you think back to your children and say, I do it for them. Compound X, highly flammable, highly corrosive, highly toxic. And I didn't even bring my tasting ladle. So we need to open these so that rods can be inserted, I guess? Are there any still closed? It doesn't seem so. Nor can we close those which have already been opened. It's kind of like a nuclear reactor, rods that have to be inserted and removed. And the rattling, the grinding of these beams is kind of like a Geiger counter, isn't it? I see, so we can control that from here. Six and 3 both still need to be changed. Oh, no, there's 6. And there's 3. We're ready to go. Ignition control. How to find the ignition controls and start the machine once more. Elated, I stride forth upon these catwalks. I am coming, my darlings. I have almost saved you. Dude, don't you get it yet?
Quickly, the air is thin. Your little faces turn no madness. They suffocate.
You're taunting me.
Daddy, Daddy!
Set them free. Set them all free.
I've just realized which children you're talking about. Which children you've always been talking about.
I live. I breathe again. I rise. I will rise to bleach the sky and still the water. I will spin the world wheel and set the future upon the path to redemption.
Where are my children? You promised me my children!
My time is come. More pig. More pig.
Boys. Boys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Mandus Saboteur. You can't come in. No, you can't come in. You must sleep in the yard, bad piggy, dirty pig, stinking filthy animal. You bad child. You stinking child. You filth. Sounds like how my friend Sarah talks to me.
And, emerging, I raised my head to an uncaring sun, and I cursed this world of pain and despair. This civilization built on the ricketed bones of the unfortunate, on the greed and swell of mammon and empire. Cradling a stone egg in my jacket, I kissed my children farewell, and I crawled my way home.
December 29th, 1899. Can a man construct himself anew? Can a man, on realizing who he is, on what he's become, tear himself apart down to the bricks and begin again? Are our souls just this? Tiny cogwheels and clockwork and intricate machines to serve a function that, upon reflection, we might set to a new task? Can a man, defined by his actions, defined by that which he now finds abhorrent, set to sabotaging this body, his machine, until those children of his soul turn in new motion, and he may awake to a new sun, a new year, a new century with hope in his heart? As I reach my hands to the exposed wires, I ask myself this: is redemption possible for such a creature as I? And if not, then surely better to die amongst my creations than to continue to live as a monster. It was we ourselves who tried to destroy this, and who tried to stop ourselves from changing our mind. Pre-amnesia us recognized our failure, but we dove headfirst back into the pool we clawed to escape. Betrayed. So it is done. The saboteur was me, and the voice on the telephone was him. But what of us? How do we connect? Surely I cannot be responsible for all I see about me. I cannot remember. All I can grasp is a moment when the world split into two pieces, and the innards of humanity fell from an orifice torn agape into my open, bifurcated heart. being done access only at low pressure.
Where are they? Where are my children?
Why do you ask, Landis? You know the answer well enough.
We can remove these fuses. August 31st, 1899. Children really are the most wonderful, useful creatures. The unfortunates from the orphanage who proved indispensable in cleaning the larger steam pipes. It appears that matter from the slaughtering process may indeed vaporize its source, but drifts like dust through the air and lodges in the pipes, causing them to foul. Periodically, we shut the pressure down and send one of our pixies into the pipes to scrub the reconstituted fat away. Armed with just a shortened broom, our little explorers venture into the dark. Of course, we can only keep the pressure down for a short period, so they must be fast, or they risk being trapped and boiled by the superheated vapors when they rush back into the system. Then we'll be sending their comrades in afterwards to scrape free of the cooling mess. The survivors tell me you can reach all manner of places within the complex through the pipes. I smile, tell them I am so proud, and then feed them to the pigs. And it's just as well. This game really does not shy away from its themes of the horrors of dehumanization and exploitation, especially in the Industrial Revolution. Plus, I can certainly see shades of this in horrors that would come later, horrors yet unbeknownst to Landis. Out you go. Sabotage once again resumes.
What are you doing, little piggy? Do you think I will allow you to sabotage me again?
I want my children, you unholy bastard!
Can I just take a moment and say that I absolutely love this voice actor?
Will it hurt them?
A cleansing fire always burns, little Mandus, but it purifies and it makes anew. Did it hurt to carve out the fevered flesh? Did it hurt to cut free the gangrenous foot? Ask instead this: can we save them?
When did I say that? That is not me. That is not me!
You left this for me? Oh no. December 1st, 1899. There's a spoon of medicine, I says. And it's a silver spoon, what you did get born holding, ever so painful for Mummy dear. Oh god, this is gonna be hard. But grasped so hard it was in a little screaming red fist. Later you used your spoon to dig a hole in the garden to get all the way to Mexico. And then you did eat worms with your spoon on the way to stay fat. The spoon was the same you gave your twins. Then you used it to dig a hole to their clockwork souls. And you ate up their hearts like soup on the way to keep you fat. Fat little mole, where will you dig next? I asks. You and your little silver spoon made from the silver spine of your children and wrapped in the hair of your dearly departed. Dear sweet Jesus, my darling Lilibeth, what am I become? Written yourself. No. Our lantern is still on us. Okay, well, if I had been looking up, that wouldn't have been an issue. Steam vents, blah, blah, blah. In the throes of my evil, I sent children into the pipes to clean them. Then it seems likely there is another entrance I can use to escape this noxious maelstrom of engines. I will ignore the burning in my nostrils from the fumes of that godless Compound X that fuels these machines, and I will become the saboteur. I will destroy the pressure system, enabling me to enter the pipes without fear. Well, first we gotta get there. I can only just see beyond. Okay, what are we looking for now? Over here, we can do something with something. Ah, yes, remove the pipes, pressure drops, right? There we go. Mandus is the saboteur. It seems that the pressure system is indeed the Achilles heel of this facility. Something I clearly didn't realize in my first clumsy attempt at sabotage. If I reroute the steam, I can wreak havoc. We can pick this up from here. Something may be about to enter. Is that too much? Can we crawl under it? No. No. Alright, let's look around for something else we can interact with then. There's something over there. And this place really doesn't like this. That's the kind of degradation that makes it sound like maybe there's perhaps a time limit. Oh, there's just another one to break here. There we go. And with each of these destroyed, maybe we get a bit further. Is that way open now? It is. 4 openings. In we go, perhaps? The pressure regulator. Some form of steam regulator. I'll wager if I disable it, the damage caused by the rushing steam pressure could be catastrophic. Certainly enough to force a temporary stalling of the entire engine. That should cause the steam pressure to drop. Mandus, you clever old goat. I can feel this horror, this grief, this betrayal boil into fury. I will not stand. I will not be undertrodden. If this machine is my heirloom, I am the Overman. Okay. There we go, just break the glass. That's all it takes. Oh, something's upset with that. Okay, go. Nothing else matters. On the stubby little non-hands, I guarantee they can't climb. Oh god, do not fall out from under me. Now, quickly, through the pipes before the pressure returns and they fill with boiling corrosive steam. I sense the machine snarl itself about me. It this unholy, inhuman mind coil and slick and send its dark tendrils through its conduits to repair the damage. I will return to the streets. I will fetch help, and I shall lead the people upon the factory, burn it to the ground, and seal this evil place underground forever. Oh, man plans, God laughs, Mandus. No, ow, 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 ow. Oof, ouch, owie, my bones. Ow. What up?
This is your doing, Magnus. This is what you trapped into me.
I will stop you. I will save them.
You are too late. It begins. My work has begun. Kill them, my piggies. Kill them all.
Anything to save them. Burn away the remnants, the parts that will not process, the waste, the offal of your world. They grip the system and stick the wheels to the temple floor. Combining humanity and machinery and religion. We're about to find out just what it is we've done. They're running free on the streets. What? All this is our doing.
God, no, what have I done?
Oh no, there's something out there. Run straight from your window. This is the song that was playing on the gramophone earlier. We didn't know it at the time, but it's so disturbing because it heralds the apocalypse wrought by us.
I know you are out here. I own this city. I am this city.
No! This is not what I meant! This is not what I meant at all!
October 25th, 1899. No one misses the poor. Round up some orphans and the world will thank you for it. Disappear and a gentleman applauds you. Cull a beggar and a lady walks safely again. I hate them. I hate them more than any of the others. This privilege, this pretension, these so-called leaders, these pillars of society, these rich and fanciful. They wear their filth on the inside, but they are no less dirty. I have plans for them all. We will feed them, and then we will feed from them. You did not discriminate. There is something out there. No, there must be some other way through. Right, no, it must be the other way, yeah. Right?
Redeem yourselves. Redemption is at hand. Enter the cleansing and set your souls free. For you are born into filth and will die as pigs. Only through my redemption can you ascend to the skies and claim the heavens as your
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is the worst. God. The sense of grandiosity conveyed by the language used is certainly bled through into the plot. And look, I can understand why people don't like this, but my god, the true horror of this being unleashed is in full force, and I love it. Even complete with you broadcasting your triumph over some system. This is really out of left field for the people of London, isn't it? Like, this had no build-up from their perspective.
Do you hear me, Mandus? This is what you planned.
Now all of them know that I did this as well. Oh my god! Okay, no. I knew there'd be a chase here somewhere. Ow. Ow. He's throwing my own quotes back at me. Streets and alleys. There are too many of these things. These beasts loose on the street to all have come from the engine rooms. As I emerged, I counted 3 of the pneumatic lifts, which suggests the machine has been planning this for some time. Smuggling routes to the surface, all about this neighborhood. If my bearings are correct, beyond the alley, I should stand directly over the ignition rooms. I'll wager that if I find a pneumatic there, it will carry me back to the machine's heart. What a...
Beast! Creature! Where are my children? Where are my children?
I can still hear them all over. What a contrast to the still, windy night that we stepped onto from our mansion before, huh? Yes, I heard that giggle again. Farming the world. Let us not be coy. I will not drag this corpse of civilization into a new century. Come New Year's Eve, I will fling the last switches and unshackle the full power of the machine. Tonight was always going to be the night. Counterattack. I have returned an angel of vengeance, a saboteur once more. I will find a way to stop this vast enterprise of slaughter. Enough destruction opened the heart before, confuse the machine enough to spring its locks and secret doorways. I must cause it great shock, stab its eyes, poke hot wires into its ears, hammer to its teeth, and push glass into every orifice. Then it will gasp. And in that gasp, I will scuttle into its throat and stab its heart from inside. Finally to that place where the slaughter happens. Good, thank you. Now I know which way to go. But is there anything down here? Not quite. Oh well, it was worth a shot. You're playing music all throughout these chambers. For yourself? Do you enjoy it? Which way is which way? I don't know why you store it like this, seems dangerous, but okie dokie. Oh, you won't allow me to tilt it upward anymore. If it were to spill onto the floor below, maybe we'd have something. I need you to move along, but you won't. Oh, there we go. You can be left that way. I don't need to stand here and hold it. At the spark plug. This electrification must be lethal to the touch. Now to confound the machine and flood the system. This time not with sewage, but boiling, sparking liquid death. Okay, well, may this have fun with that. Yep.
But will they be free?
Yes, my friend. Drained and bled and freed from the prison of the flesh. Free to ascend as smoke to the stars.
And the good? The worthy? How will we save them?
Show me these worthy, Mandus. Show me these good. I do not see them.
Not unlike ourselves, and maybe that's where this personality comes from. The voice that speaks through the orbs simply a slightly, ever so slightly more monstrous version of ourselves. Compound X in the coolant tanks. This vile concoction, this Compound X, is the arterial blood of this horror. Boiled, it creates the steam to drive pistons, but here it is freezing and flows about the components to keep them cool. Why should it be that the deeper I go, the cooler it becomes? What great process generates such heat that the machine must quench it with a cocktail of blood and effluent? I sense an opportunity. My first strike. Impeding these cogs with a large enough object should jam the flow of coolant, causing a pressure buildup that will split the pipes and rupture the tanks. You just have to find something large to throw in, and I may have just the thing. Yep. Yep. Okay, we may want to get out of here post-haste. Water levels swiftly rising. LB's closing. This fallen back down. destroyed. Unfortunately, that didn't damage the facility as much as I'd hoped, but if we pull that away, the water is de-energized and we can make our escape. And just like that, we've killed another of our children. But now we can finally get a good look at you. Body's transformed. Better by some measure, certainly not by theirs. Come on. Oh, the panel's electrified now. Oh, it's feeling this.
I know you, machine. I know what you fear. I will rain excrement into your very soul. I will destroy you.
You are too late, Mandus. My great works are almost begun.
If this is almost, then I don't want to see completed. Sealed in. October 27th, 1899. And waste not, want not, for here the assorted slop and innards are sifted and sorted, and enter the world through more channels and means than one could possibly conceive. The product passes by this section of the engine, and is driven through the blade, splitting it into two sections ready for the butcher's block, and in the interim it is kept in our freezer bays under the house, and the heat produced naturally by the refrigeration process feeds into the pipes and crannies of these rooms, and is the very reason, my dear friend, that we can sit here in shirts and waistcoats, but no jackets on a freezing winter's night, without a fire in the grate, and discuss our great enterprise. The warmth in our bellies and toes may be attributed directly to those bellies and toes even now passing through steam, fire, and blade beneath our feet. And that's the Industrial Revolution, isn't it? Comfort. Like, unheard of comfort. All fueled by unheard of suffering and labor and exploitation. Don't tell me. December 2nd, 1899. Walking away from those temples, that small pile of stones under the rhododendrons, the skulls of innocents under the loose clod, headless rib cages in the cool stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles apart. I trace back my life to this instance. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. The toxins are already in this damp, this falling water. I hack and retch and vomit into the sink, and grasp the bowl with both hands, and stare. There in the plug hole, as clear as day, a toy spine, clockwork and intricate like a child's spine. But clockwork? How could that be? How could a child's spine be made like clockwork? I washed it carefully and placed it on the mantelpiece by the egg I laid myself under the garden where the children's skulls are buried. I call it my Mexico. Children turn to pigs. You're just giving us nothing but the sound of our climbing and those voices echoing down here to let us stew in that revelation for a moment. We killed our kids. I wonder if they are actually still buried there or if they've been reborn as pig creatures themselves. The path to the tripery. It is critically injured now. I'm sure of that. It jeers no more. I feel it shudder around me. A wounded animal pressed flat to the ground. I feel it is afraid of me, and I hate it all the more, as I hate myself for unleashing it. My head pounds with blood. My teeth vibrate. I retch and burn with fever. I am an angel of death, descending to smother the firstborn for the death of the two that came after.
I am here again, at the foot of those stairs, towards the red light of the nursery, sunset in the window like a bleeding sky, the horizon a slit throat, the seeping dark to drain the guilt from us. I am the jaguar-faced man. I am the feathered serpent. This priesthood is mine.
I can meet him, your great engineer. How marvelous. I must say, Mr. Manders, my excitement is almost unseemly.
Yes, I can see that. Step this way, Professor. I will be right behind you.
Manders? Manders, where the devil are you? I can't see a damn thing. Manders!
We are the pig, Professor. We are all the pig.
Oh my. So much blood to even get to this point, and yet so much more now that it's unleashed.
I climb in stillness now. Blue water runs in my veins, now I am clean. I carry the knife of this factory, the bowl of this mill. I am come to collect you from your fields and your furnaces. I will gather you into the white clouds. I will gather you to me, and I will take you home.
The veil lifts. The bride is waiting. The man eats the pig, and the pig is eaten by the machine, and the man is eaten by the machine. This is as it ever will be.
Madness. My gears are adjust. My steam is built. Soon I will spill that blue water and split the egg, the soul, and there will be a very great burning, that we might make the world clean. Be proud, for this is your doing. Until you steeped me in the blood of your own, I was nothing but rotten architecture. You have made me, and I will make the world anew.
All of our motivations thrown to the floor. December 25th, 1899. If you should find this, then you already know all I would tell you. You already know what you have done, and what must now do. If you should find this, then you already know all I would tell you. You already know what you have done, and what you must now do. Walking away from those temples, that small pile of stones beneath the rhododendrons, the skulls of innocents under the loose clod, headless rib cages cruelly torn asunder to expose their flowers, in the cool stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles away. I trace my life to this instant. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. The toxins are already in this damp, this falling water. And in that instant, cradling my children's heads in my palms, I knew then I had to unbuild what I myself had constructed, though even then it was little more than a sickening dream. This machine is ever mine, and it falls to me to redeem it, and myself. I'm glad we're in the end game because my voice is destroyed. In my dreams, I walk with my children. I walk tunnels where no human has trod before. I'm sure of that. It is just me and him now. Frost forms on my coat sleeves. The deathly still and the freezing air tell me I am close. All amid the encroachment of your own death, I suspect.
Why did you take my children?
Aye, Mandus. Of all the blood we have spilled together, the first drops fell from your hands alone.
Then I am damned for a filicide, and everything is lost.
But there's still one more thing we can do. Invisible pig monsters, we combined our efforts. God. Don't like them sounds. We really do have to come this way. What about the other way? I don't know what's progression and what's exploration. That's the problem. This whole place flickers. Million little fuses or capacitors. Well, little's not the right word. Oh god. Oh god. can hear it stomping around. No. No! I need you distracted. The flickering lights certainly don't help, because there is no ambient light in here whatsoever! Ow. I guess that was a boss fight. This one really is light on gameplay. Not that I'm complaining 4.5 hours in. Windows like a cathedral. Even this deep underground.
Only to save you, only to spare you. I would have given my soul to spare you this world and its loam. Oh, my children, my children, what have I done? What have I become?
I've realized that we took some damage being forced through those pipes, not able to clear it in time before the gas...
I will put it right, my darlings. All of my wrongs will be righted. All of my sins washed clean.
I've only now realized we took some damage trying to climb through the pipes, unable to get through as fast as we expected orphans to. Having to walk through a sea of blood on our own, we had to get our own hands dirty directly. Feel some of that pain before we went. And it's not any kind of redemption, it's just some form of minor justice. December 28th, 1899. Memories. They surface like bloated bodies rising to the scum of the Thames. I looked at them, covered in the blood of their dead mother, little piglets squalling in their swaddling, and my heart at once was filled with a great love and a consuming hate I could never have imagined. At that point, did my soul split, creating him? Was this the egg of my soul, the moment the great clock began to tick? Is the only path to redemption to join us together again, to make myself whole, to close the great circle and take that madman into my heart once more, and forgive him, and forgive myself as well? It makes sense. There is no him without you. Really, all of this is only you. One soul and two...
I love you, my darlings, and I am sorry. I am sorry for all I have done. I simply loved you all too much for this world.
Yeah, that's your greatest flaw. My God. But... 2 souls, 1 body. But I'm only now realizing it's like what you said about the twins earlier. 1 soul and 2 bodies. That's precisely what we've created.
Mantus, put aside your misguided crusade and let me save them. You may hate me, Mandus, but I have seen the future, your 20th century, and let me tell you this, a far greater slaughter awaits you there. I seek to save the world by blood now, before millions fall beneath history, pushed under by blade, bullet, and gas.
Mandus is alone. I search for instruction, for advice, for help in my goals. But in return, the system mocks me. Simpleton, it says. You must find your own answers now. Oh no. Oh no, it's a maze with one of those things. Come on, no. No, no, no. Out and around, it's the only way. It's already onto my game, it knows where I am. No. And I'm willing to bet there's more. God, why did I make that thing? This looks promising. A literal heart to the machine. One which seems to unsteady me as I get close. Do I really just... Imagine if I were to just pluck it down. Set this spinning. The sound is like some kind of resonance. And another. Yeah, it's like they harmonize with each other. And a third. Back down there, find your heart.
God help me. I am lost in the dry paper soul of the world.
Enoch, Edwin, Oswald, and I. From the perspective of the machine?
Mandus, listen to your heart. You know you are with me. You created me to save the world. I am your friend.
A real heart to a machine heart.
no more evil than you. We sought the same thing, to save humanity, ridding them of their painful, stupid, pointless lives. Mandus, stop. Think about what you are doing. For your children, Mandus.
Do not speak of my children, monster.
I did not kill your children, Mandus. You sacrificed them on the temple steps, knowing what the coming century would do to them. Your sons will drown, lungs full of mud and shrapnel on the banks of the Somme. You wanted to save them from the horror to come. That is the vision we shared. Everything we have built to avert this coming nightmare. You and I are one. We are the same. Our souls are entangled. We deserve to make them free. Stood knee-deep in mud and bone and filled my lungs with mustard gas. I have seen 2 brothers fall. I have lain with holy wars and copulated with the autumnal fallout. I have dug trenches for the refugees. I have murdered dissidents where the ground never thaws and starved the masses into faith. A child's shadow burnt into the brickwork. A house of skulls in the jungle. The innocent Mandus trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. This is your coming century. They will eat the Mandus. They will make pigs of you all, and they will bury their snouts into your ribs, and they will eat your hearts. Please, Mandus, no. For your children.
Yeah. For our children.
I lay there and watched the god I had created die. At the end, when we were cold as the stone we had hewn his body from, when the lights were nearly all extinguished, we heard, in the silent distance, the man-pigs singing to one another. Then, as the last lights were gone, and we lay together in the deep, they drifted away, and all was silent. Such a silence I have never known. And as the dust settled on my open eyes, and we lay together embraced forever, I heard, miles above us, the sounds of the city turning over in its sleep. A church bell ringing out, and in that moment, the new century was born.
Putting us straight into the period with this credit song, huh? So that was Amnesia, a Machine for Pigs, and I have to say, I remember liking it and enjoying it for the feelings it gets across the first time around, but now I feel I'm able to appreciate it so much more. That was fantastic. And I can certainly understand from a gameplay perspective why people were torn on this, because it's the follow-up to what at the time was considered like one of the scariest survival horror games of all time. And this is not survival horror and really only scary themed. I mean, it's got some really terrifying moments, but you very quickly realize how scripted all of that is, and it definitely is a story game first, rather than a full-fledged horror game. And saying that that shouldn't be the case, that's a valid criticism for the follow-up to The Dark Descent. However, I just can't bring myself to be too hard on it. It's short, it was cheap even at the time, and that story is really very good. And wow, does it ever get it across through the production design. I mean, everything just looks so dark and old. It really throws you into the period with every aspect, from like the technology to the architecture to the lighting. The sound design is immaculate. Not only do the creatures just sound so distressing and horrid throughout the entire thing, but also done in a way that humanizes them, which properly goes hand in hand with their origin. As for the machinery that you're constantly hearing throughout, it is properly loud and directional. It just sounds like everything is doing something, and goes into making it feel as unnatural as the new wonders of the 20th century would be. Not to mention the voice acting is absolutely phenomenal and really carries a huge portion of this, especially the ending. When I said at the beginning that I mostly remember the ending of this, that speech is what I was talking about. The party that leads upon the workers but serves the bourgeoisie in the period of the greatest sharpening of the class struggle cannot but sense the smells of the waiting grave. Leon Trotsky. I have always loved this villain for that ending speech, because it's hard to argue. It's impossible to defend, but it's hard to argue against. And that's that it looked into the coming century with its power and decided to essentially mercy kill humanity. I mean, it's arguable that killing our children did spare them from a much worse fate in World War I, especially considering that in the bunker we would later see those horrors firsthand. Imagine those kids experiencing that. And its motivations are certainly not altruistic. Whenever it speaks about humanity, it is with absolute disgust. Like, what you're trying to save humans from is humans. So, I suppose that's a running theme in this game, right? You're trying to save yourself from yourself by stopping yourself. Of course, this game has front and center the themes of exploitation, how human beings are taken and used up in order to further someone else's ambition, in this case as both fuel for the machine and the workers in it, with the man-pigs being engineered to be these perfect, obedient workers while having all their humanity and lives stripped away. Of course, I will say that its place in the universe is a little bit strange after the sequels have come out because, they take place in the 1910s and the 1930s respectively. I wonder if anybody in those times still talks about, hey, yeah, remember when, the pig army rose up from the streets of London and just kind of killed everyone for a night? Actually, I love how it does humanize them so much, not only in terms of their origin, but in terms of their behavior post-transformation. They're not just mindless monsters. We see that even with their broken down, simplified minds, that essentially just makes them big, scared, confused children who don't know what to do but follow directions. And when the machine is no longer directing them, it seems like they just kind of disperse into the landscape and form their own little tribes, little colonies. And they are going forth into a world that is certainly not going to welcome them. And I have to say, even the machine itself, even though it speaks in that voice, even though it speaks so eloquently, it still comes off as a child who learned about something that was coming in the future and will just do anything it can to end it, even if anything doesn't really make sense. Because, the world population may have been a lot smaller in 1899, but it was certainly more people than you can just butcher with a legion of pigs in this region in particular. Logistically, this was, at the very least, going to take a while. But it is essentially a child just lashing out. And the contrast between what it is and how it presents is such a wonderful complexity to have here. I mean, Mandus in his pre-amnesia life seems like a ruthless tyrant, and he is, but when we're able to see that split of, his protagonist self and the machine, we're able to separate those components and find that even as a ruthless tyrant, he was still just acting to try and, quell those fears that he has about the way the world works. Maybe he wasn't this bad until those children were born and suddenly he had the terror of something happening to them. There's a lot going on here, and between all of that and the atmosphere that it creates and the setting, I just love it so much. Even if it's objectively not a great horror game. And if you like this video, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more creepy and comfy content. If you have any ideas for other videos you think I should do, the best place to suggest that will be at the Discord, which I will link in the description. If you want to try this game out for yourself, the link will also be in the description. If you want to support me on Patreon, that link will be in the description. And as always, I will see you in the new year.